she's here. Austin, you know, she's just a like, I'm new. I can't make that. I was gonna have you invite her out to the show, but I guess only Grandma's gonna be watching your performance before man, I would also love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday. We started here, and James, you know, in social media. I never got one of these phones. I wasn't with us back then. There he goes. He made it happen. He's just like that. It happens. He goes signing up every single week back to where he's his life in Los Angeles Arena under the condition that he lets me suck his dick, of course. So keep an eye on that. He'd be taken away at any point. He likes to play hard to get. Yeah, right. And soft to get at this. It's very good. Ladies and gentlemen, as you see, Jim True on this show, and bigger than the one that you're about to see, it's a force of nature. One of our regulars and performs a new minute every day. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, it's the one and only Cam Patterson. Super duper gay, really gay. I like that guy. I love women. They cool as hell. I had a threesome for the first time. They've been pretty bad at sex. They laugh harder than y'all did. I hate it with my whole heart. It pissed me the fuck off. It was got a girl cop fucking the other one. Cause her pussy was better. You know what I'm saying? And so she got me moved. Just imagine me butt ass nigga, 14 inch dick. Don't think about it. 14 inch dick. Just dragging the floor. And I'm running ass naked with my socks and slides on. Gay, that's gay. Fuck that nigga, that's gay as shit, right? So I'm back and forth like a Scooby-Doo chase, fucking just getting this shit. And I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a good time. I called my mom. I had a threesome last night. That shit was nice. Going back and forth. People like, you can have a threesome. They ran a tray on you. Okay, I love it. That's a new minute. Yes. Originally heard about it in an interview. And there it is, dude. Unbelievable. Interview again. And the material. Yeah, already gonna hate me for that one. Oh yeah. I'm inside our flooding mom was over there. Your mom's pregnant. Yeah, that's been out there. Yeah. The fun thing of fucking a hater's mother is that you come inside of her all you want. Yeah. The repercussions. I can be your step and some shit like that. Yeah. Fuck the shit out of your mom. I love it. Cam, you're absolutely killing. What else is going on in the world? You really did that, huh? Yeah, I had 2 different rooms? Yeah, they was upset with took one of them bad cops from the other one. And then you went, and what you say to her, you're like, hey, I'm gonna stop being mad, bitch. Yeah. Okay, that's a direct approach. Yeah. Stop being upset, dumbass bitch. Oh, hell yeah, you're dumb and absolutely super insulting. I'm writing it down. So bad, you dumbass bitch. Someone would like to be talked to aggressively. You know what I'm saying? Like, it sounds like a fucked up bitch. You talk too aggressively, and who I talk to the aggressive ones aggressive. You know what I'm saying? I don't hit women, but I'll shake the shit out of bitch. You know what I'm saying? How did you know that the one girl's vagina was better than the other girl's vagina if you fucked the one girl first? I tried both of them. You tried both of them? Oh, the old Pepsi challenge. Yeah, I tried both of them. I like, this is way better. What do you mean? It was like, no, I've been like, whole life. Like, wait, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. You ever had like a stuffy nose and one of your noses is just like, one side of your nose is like, yeah. The other side is just dry shit. Yeah. That was the other bit. Oh, God. Have you ever laid on your side and let the snot fall? What I'm saying is, should switch rooms, maybe the pussy would have been better. Too bad there's no nose spray for pussy. I came back in and one of the girls eating the other girl pussy. And like it was great, man. Yeah. So I decided I had like two issues I could choose to go through at this point. And like before I said, I could either like just shove my dick in her mouth. Like fuck the other one. And I shoved her mouth out there. That was a pretty good decision. Yeah. She was your own adventure. Escape the coffee. Never got most of my mouth.
Also take note that during all of this women and women eating each other once a weird they think these games are criminal. Unbelievable.
Slides on. So you got to. Yeah, put those socks down the carpet. Yeah, you gotta have it. You know what I'm saying? Good traction. You do it. I'm running to the liquor store. Outfit on.
Traction.
You don't lie. You folks like.
So you stay in bed and you bring them kind of towards you. So it would be hard to keep them on in the missionary position.
I keep this on.
You keep them on.
You gotta grip the hole with your toes.
Oh my God. I guess you
don't come on, man.
Those of you just listening to the podcast, he got up on his toes like Michael Jackson.
You gotta grip the hole.
Wow.
Yeah, you gotta grip the hole.
This guy just agrees with whatever you say.
That's on like your uniform. I'm trying to go to Florida and play. You're trying to get up, bro. I did that before. Oh, yeah? I was like 19. I played basketball like I did that before. I can see that. They want those skills.
Alright, Cam, I mean, you did any performance yet again? Just choke. Nobody does it quite well. Make some noise for Cam Patterson. Come on, you gotta make some noise for Cam, everyone. Hello, this box is sponsored by These Folks. Make this year your most awesome with a box of awesome from Facebook. Every month, the box of awesome is filled with these here from the best small brands around the world. This month, I got Flash Box. It's made by Maribel. It's based in Salt Lake City. Whether you want to drink and eat more awesome, dress and travel more awesome, or explore more awesome, Box of Awesome has you covered this year.
And you get started, take the quiz at boxofawesome.com. Your answers will help them pick the right box of awesome for you. It's free to join, and they release new items every month across a ton of different categories. Tony, I love getting my box of awesome in the mail each month. It's like Christmas. I wait by the door. The dog.
Yeah? Like a dog what?
Well, I'm waiting for my owner to come.
When you become a member, you have access to discounts across a plethora of products. We're talking 30 supporting small businesses. Percent of everything that comes in your box of awesome is from a small lineup, and you can still anytime get a free mystery gift with this monthly shipment when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter the code KILLTONY at checkout. That's boxofawesome.com, code KILLTONY for a free mystery gift with your first .com code KILLTONY. Your next bucket full is from the inside. Leo. Tanner Amigo. From the inside, I did well. No, sign up. Tanner, are you here? Here he comes. Alright. How many of you like it when people do good on this show? How many of you like it when people do bad on this show? Oh, there you go. A bunch of ruthless people in this room tonight. Absolute monsters. Make some noise for Tanner Amiglio, everybody. From the inside, one of your very own. One more time for Tanner Amiglio.
I get confused watching the news a lot. See like a protest, and you see like a bunch of fat people Like they're activists. Like what the fuck you active about? Fat fuck. Bitch. Like, I like listening to my parents have sex. I don't get it with my parents, bro. Fuck you. It's fun to think about, you know, like mom, my dad's age. It's cool. You see your daughters aren't. I know he's doing a good job too. Like I hear my mom go, oh yeah, yeah. And my dad's like, oh my god, fuck yeah, get the butt thing. I mean, don't get mad at me, bro. Alright, cool.
Wow, Tanner Amigo. Am I saying that correctly, Tanner?
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
Welcome to the show. This is your first time, right?
Yes.
Dan Soder.
What up, Dan?
What's up, dude?
I'm doing great, dude.
You really want to be a kid that was kidnapped and then returned?
I just kept asking, like, dude, let me play the iPad. He was like, get the fuck out.
Incredible. How old are you?
21.
21 years old.
Yeah. I feel like Kevin Spacey is this twink is cute.
It is cute and stinky boy. Alright, there you go.
How many animals have you killed with rocks?
Dude, wait, no, so many. Actually, though, no, like a lot.
Answer it.
Okay, I've killed rabbits, squirrels. I killed, not with a rock, but with my car, like 3 hogs.
What was the one with your car?
Like 3 hogs. Like 3 at once. Instead of 2 birds, 1 stone. My car, 3 hogs.
Wow.
Honestly, you can't beat that logic.
Right. That's good. Yeah, you look like a kid.
I have never seen a person so ready for a firework accident.
It's unbelievable. This is incredible. You're a little bundle of energy, Tanner. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Be 10 months. No, 11 months in March.
Okay.
No, that was March.
Yes.
11 months, guys.
Wait, a year in March?
No, a year in April. Because I turned 21 in March, so I started in April.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, everything's happening right now.
I know, it's crazy.
I don't know why he's got so much cartoon turned into a human energy.
Yeah, that's sound. Okay. So, Tanner, how do you make a living?
I work for Tommy Buns and Mama Jeans.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was actually switching on the podcast when you were on Not Safe Pal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you asked,
Great JB.
Great Jimmy Lennon and Bravo. Yeah.
Of course.
You asked, and he was wondering about this Pink Floyd song that kept popping up when someone was killed.
It was Van Morrison. But yes, Van Morrison sings the chorus on the Comfortably Numb version of Christopher Moltisanti's death.
Yes.
Yeah.
I learned that when you were on.
They asked the great David Chase, creator, the almighty creator of the Sopranos universe, and he answered that, and he didn't
Your eyes are
even
so
know.
much.
He didn't even know. Talking about David Chase answering my question that I asked on a Sopranos podcast right now.
Sorry, dude, he's been living with Peter Pan and the Lost Boys. Just let him have it. So I don't know, Peter Pan, what's coming around?
My eyes are blue.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, he didn't even know. He didn't even make the connection.
Blue is your little best.
What is going on here? What is going on here?
Will you guys stop flirting?
Oh my god, what a peak here.
Yeah, right?
You want to go?
You're back in with the Asians. Yeah. Popular. We love you.
I'm gonna get my revenge.
I'm gonna ask you. Wow, Tanner. I'm just getting free.
Rothschild.
Saying it's his dad's name.
Tanner, you're a freak of nature. You've been funny your whole life. You're 21 years old. Were you a little rabble rouser in school?
Such a rabble.
Son of a bitch.
Make it Tony disrespected. Wow. You guys are gonna fuck.
We are taking him to the pitch and cut this week. Get him all fucking liquored up on sugar or something like that. You originally from Austin, Tanner?
No.
Where are you from?
I'm from Sacramento, California.
Oh, it's a shame. So close to the forum if you weren't an asshole.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I have a question. How did I fuck this up for myself? You fucking pussy. Your eyes are bluer than I thought. Tanner, what do you do for fun? What else are you into other than
I love fishing. I grew up working on fishing boats. That's like my favorite thing to do.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I figured more of a bait for Chris Hansen show or whatever that was called.
Oh yeah,
You would bring people in, they tell them that there's cookies and lemonade and shit.
if they bring the pizza, fuck yeah.
Okay. No, I offered to suck his dick. Tanner, ladies and gentlemen, on this what appears to be a fucking home run. What a pleasant surprise. Absolutely incredible.
Bullshit. I just wanted to tell Tony he looked like a gay puffer. History had at their disposal one of the core concepts of Abrahamic theology, especially in the Christian and Islamic worlds, is that of a war waged between the forces of goodness, represented by God and the great angelic, and those of evil, represented, of course, by Satan, Iblis, and the great demonic. Over the centuries, theologians, mystics, and occultists have drawn up incredibly complex hierarchies of such beings, with the names, seals, and acts, and even their final destiny, detailed in a from canonical biblical scriptures text whose origins remain to the world of angels and demons continues to fascinate, terrify, and inspire billions of believers all over the world. But what do we know about the origin of these entities in the Abrahamic tradition? If we were to rewind the clock back to the ancient Israelites, the progenitors of Jewish, Christian, and Islamic mythologies, among others, what do we know about the earliest stratum of Israelite demonology? In this episode, we're going to do just that. Explore the demonological ecology of the ancient Israelite worldview. If you're interested in magic, the academic analysis of the occult and hermetic philosophy, make sure to subscribe to content on topics in esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work on providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, consider supporting my work on one-time donation. As you might imagine, this channel is really only possible with your support. You can find those links below and supporting my work here on this channel. So let's turn to a people at once incredibly popular and yet at the same time serious, the ancient Israelites and their demonology. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. typically called the Canaanites. They come into history with a mention in the early 13th century BCE and go on to great fame as the progenitors of the Abrahamic religions, including Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, among others. Their writings are preserved in inscriptions, letters, and perhaps most famously in the motley collection of texts that we now call the Hebrew Bible or the Christian Old Testament. To get a grasp of the demonological landscape of the Israelites, we need to turn to that literature and an eye to nearby culture and writings. Of course, the ancient existed in a vacuum, and their culture was influenced like any culture. So, what do we mean by demon? Well, the term is stated anachronistic to purposes of a malevolent supernatural being. Well, at least malevolent to us and malevolent. This gets really complicated, but as a provisional definition, it's about the best that we're going to do. What's perhaps most conspicuous about such entities in ancient Israelite religious culture in relationship to their neighbors, and here I'm thinking about the Egyptian and Mesopotamian religious cultures, is just the dearth of such beings, which isn't much in the way of angels or demons or other kinds of supernatural non-God beings. Israel just didn't have much in the way of demons that are into the rise of apocalyptic Judaism Persian period. Hundreds of Egypt, many with really high profile roles in their religious mythology. Ahmed is perhaps the most famous. It has the lower body of a body of a lion and the head of a crocodile. Eats the souls of those found unjust in the afterlife. I mean, Egyptian was the one that was the dead, so yeah, their soul. And the Egyptians were rightly terrified. Over in Mesopotamia, similar beings are also known, not quite to the degree of proliferation of Egypt. Typically, these beings of core or set to Akkadian language, and these would include the demons, along with the most famous of such beings, Pazuzu, king of the demons of the wind, brother of the monster Humbaba of Gilgamesh fame, the son of the god Handi, and possessor of the little girl Reagan from The Exorcist. Of similar fame is the demoness Lamashtu, killer of infants and children, who would eventually develop into the demoness Lilith many centuries later. Though, as I mentioned a moment ago, if one were to survey Israelite literature and mythology, which we're kind of doing, the first thing that you would notice is there just aren't many such beings around at all. And when they are mentioned, it's almost always in passing, and there's virtually no mythological filling out of backstories for these beings. From this, we can conclude that the people that composed and redacted Israelite literature, or the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, were simply either suppressing such a mythological aspect of their culture, or were simply disinterested in such beings, or that such beings just didn't play that much of a role in their mythology. And sure enough, if you look at other earlier Canaanite texts, such as those recovered from Garrett, we see that such beings, being somewhat like angels and demons, don't really play that much of a role in their mythology either. Indeed, the ancient Near East generally operates on a different religious paradigm than in later mythologies. Whereas the apocalyptic religious revolution shifted the religious paradigm to a battle of good versus evil, which remains basically the dominant paradigm today, the more ancient and archaic paradigm was a chaos versus order paradigm. This more archaic mythology shows that Baal, Marduk, and Yahweh defeating the forces of chaos, often in the form of terrible sea monsters like Tiamat, Yah, and Leviathan. Indeed, this chaos cult myth, as known to scholars, survives throughout the year. Perhaps most apparent in the book of Job, there, especially toward the end, it's Psalm 74. So one of the demons just don't play much role in this very early stratum of Israelite mythology. Is the central paradigm here just isn't good versus evil with us. Natural beings aren't present. They're just aren't mythologically central like they become later after the religion started in the Persian period. Indeed, in that paradigm, the major drama or religious conflict is moved from the primeval past to the distant future. So what do we know about such demon-like entities in this very early period, say from roughly 1200 or 1000 BCE to roughly around 580 BCE? Typically, we can divide such beings into three groups. There are personifications of malevolent forces, there are hostile members of the divine council, and there's a kind of grass bag of otherwise obscure beings that seem to inhabit the wilderness and wastes of ancient Israel. No, what's really isn't much in the way of chthonic or beings that emerge from the underworld. The reason why has to do with how the ancient Israelites conceived of their underworld or afterlife called Sheol. This realm isn't a place of punishment, a dark place of inaction. While the dead do dwell there, there's no conception of heaven or hell in this history, and thus no demons to live or emerge from there. I've actually done a whole episode on the Israelite conception of the afterlife or Sheol. You can click the card above if you want to learn more about it. So let's take each category in turn. First with malevolent personifications. Perhaps the most ancient of these is death itself. Death or Mot was a god quasi-conquered by all in Canaanite mythology, and there are some echoes of this personification of death in the Hebrew Bible. Though generally such motifs are muted by Israelite writers, probably in the interest of divorcing their mythology from their neighbors. Further, battering winds are sometimes also personified, and one kind of recalls the western wind demon Pazuzu, which brings drought. And this is also connected to Mot or death in Canaanite mythology. Though the central entities here are typically various forms of sickness, including mental illness, we find personifications of fever disease or epidemics, typically associated with a survival of a general disease god from Canaanite and eventually New Kingdom Egyptian mythology more generally. In fact, the prophet Habakkuk describes Yahweh going to war, seemingly driving a chariot pulled by Dever and Resheph, or pestilence and fever, with Resheph probably coming from the root, which means burning, as in a burning fever. Of course, plague demons are widely attested in the ancient world, and a great deal of ancient medicine, especially ancient Mesopotamian medicine, had to do as much with exorcism as it did with what we would now recognize as medicine as such as the use of various kinds of pharmacological drugs. What's worth pointing out here, however, is that such personifications of disease in the Hebrew Bible are almost always under the direct command of Yahweh and not independent beings as such. Mental illness or insanity is also attested, specifically in the case of the first Israelite king, Saul. Here we find a Ruach Ra'ah Yahweh, or an evil spirit from Yahweh, being sent to him with some kind of mental illness that causes him to fly into and to dissoothe by the music of David. That this being or evil spirit is sent by the Israelite God is again important, and this leads us to our second arcade into Israelite mythology, despite the eventual emergence. This is likely evident referenced by the plural "let us make" in the first Genesis creation story, but also appears especially in places like Psalm 82, which strikes me as a rather archaic Israelite document. The members of the Divine Council have been demoted to non-divine beings in Israelite mythology and are generally dispatched to specific tasks on behalf. Several such beings seem for our study. The first is among my favorite stories in the Hebrew Bible. Here we find Yahweh wanting to kill the Israelite king Achav. Ahab actually attested outside the Bible and have him kill the battlefield. To accomplish this, Yahweh Ahab and a ruach, or sheker, or a deceptive spirit, a lying spirit, who will go in the mouth of Achav's prophet so as to deliver a false prophecy, which will cause him to go to battle and get killed. Now, despite it being a true prophecy of Netanyahu, the spirit is successful. Achav is got shot with an arrow and leaves out on the battlefield. Now, why is this one of my favorite stories in the Hebrew Bible? Because it reveals Yahweh capable of being a cunning and deceptive God, which otherwise disrupts so many simplistic and tidy theological accounts of a loving, just, or even kind God. I enjoy this account because it complicates Yahweh and Israelite theology more generally. I think that complicated characters are just more interesting, if not a little terrifying. One might also add an entity sometimes referred to in the Hebrew Bible as the Malach HaMashiach, or the messenger of destruction, to this list as well. Also, the messenger or angel of the Lord, or angel of Yahweh, this entity seems primarily to have the grim task of mass executions, striking down Israelites, Assyrians, and Egyptians alike. The only description of this entity is a vision had by King David, where we're told of the titanic proportions of this being, such that it was standing between earth with a sword drawn in its hand, extending over all of Jerusalem. Perhaps the most terrifying appearance of the Hamashit, or the destroyer, is the final of the 10 plagues set upon the ancient Egyptians. There, the Israelites are warned to smear lamb's blood above their doorposts, such that the Mashkit will pass over their homes as it stalks and kills the Egyptian firstborn, from the firstborn of the cattle to the destruction of the god king's son. Of course, this angel isn't truly demonic, probably was from the Egyptian perspective, but this will eventually be transformed into the Malach HaMavet, or the angel of death, in later mythological developments. If you want to know more about the history and development of the angel of death, make sure to check out my episode on that topic in the card above. Of course, the other member of the Divine Council worth mentioning here is the Satan. Yes, the Satan. This being is always identified with the definite article Ha-Satan, definite article in Hebrew, and the Satan, which means the accuser or the adversary or the obstructor. Satan, as such, doesn't appear as a title of a member of the Divine Council. Act as either a kind of prophet or otherwise obstructors on the command of Yahweh. Most famously as the torturer of Job as part of a wager with Yahweh. And Yahweh lets Satan torture a dude and kill his family, basically on a bet. I mean, Yahweh does give him some more stuff and another family in the end, but only after basically telling him to shut up after questioning why Yahweh would, let this happen to him in the beginning. And then, of course, Yahweh brags about defeating Leviathan, not anything to do with, Job's dead family. I mean, dead family. I beat up a sea monster one time. I like them apples. Satan also walks the way of Prophet Balaam, but is never linked with, for instance, the talking serpent in the second Genesis creation story. Nor would be Yahweh or the angel of the Lord, which, as I mentioned a moment ago, kind of sometimes goes on a rampage and kills a bunch of people for stuff like taking an unauthorized. Of course, over time, all more evil-ish stuff will get linked with Satan, and in the process by which Satan, Satan or the devil, especially in Christian and Islamic mythology. Now, just that process is going to have to be the topic of a future episode, how a title of a being became the devil. But those elements are yet present in the Hebrew Bible. Yahweh and the Satan seem kind of chummy sometimes, and it's clear that at this point in Israelite mythology, the Satan certainly operates on behalf of Yahweh, but despite or opposed to him, a profound difference from the Satan of later Christian and Islamic mythology. The last group of hostile divine council members are also somehow tied to the beings described in Genesis, or literally the fallen ones. These beings seem to have been members of the divine council who come to Earth to mate with women, thus creating a race of giants that is kind of wiped out a few chapters later in a great flood. I say kind of wiped out because there are other biblical texts that mix between these giants and characters like Og of Bashan, the Philistine Goliath, who the Bible can't quite decide who killed him, King David again. And the giants are the Anakim Selah. Of course, the Nephilim get a much bigger backstory in the first book of Enoch, produced during the high period of apocalypticism. But the Hebrew Bible is generally one presence of later kind of gigantic people. Perhaps the larger mythology of the Nephilim was already understood or otherwise documented, and they didn't feel the need to flesh out the idea. Or the Nephilim just weren't that years of some part of a more esoteric. I think the dirt moving also isn't really humans, and so difficult to say anything with certainty. I'm sure I'll circle back to the Nephilim and their leader, Yaza, at some point in the future, but what's important here is that their origin in the Divine Council and their only robustly converted into more demonic entities. Our last category is a kind of demonic bag of beings that seem to nature and are typically associated with the wilderness or wastelands. Most of these beings are mentioned only in passing, sometimes with advice, but virtually nothing else is known about them in the Hebrew Bible. It appears that the term was imported from Akkadian, where a shedu is a lesser-used term for a male version of a lamasu, or a protective deity, typically taking the form of a winged bull or lion. How exactly a relatively positive being in Mesopotamian mythology becomes malevolent in Israelite mythology isn't quite clear, though demonization of outsider deities or spirits is a pretty common move historically. The shift from I don't worship or even like your gods to your gods are actually evil isn't so. It's worth mentioning, by the way, that the term shade or shadim in the plural goes on to become the standard Hebrew word for demon. We also have the Se'irim, literally the hairy ones. This seems to come from the word for goat, which seem to have inhabited ruins and been sacrifices. They're also associated once in the Hebrew Bible with Lilith. This is grammatically a feminine form, and may have been possibly a night demoness, though the mention here is only passing. Lilith, as the rebellious first wife of Adam, responsible for crypt death, is a much later development in the alphabet of Pensurah, a text composed in the period after the Babylonian Talmud. Lamashtu and Lilith are clearly connected, and there's a time of that entity. We just don't see her specifically in the Hebrew Bible. There are also 3 mentions of Azazel in the book of Leviticus, though even if this is a being at this point in Israelite mythology, it is uncertain and I think even unlikely. Oz just means goat in Hebrew, but can also mean rugged. This is one referring to the Judean desert where the goat would have been sent as a scapegoat. This term is something left away, which is how the term is actually translated in the Septuagint. Law, but also contrasted with the Yahweh text. Though the apocalyptic period of that becomes fully demonized and goes on to great fame and especially in Islamic mythology. It's unlikely, however, that the writer of Leviticus had such a notion in mind, with the demonization process happening many centuries later. Finally, it's possible that a being called the Aluka, which also appears almost once in the Hebrew Bible and the Shlei of Proverbs, may be a reference to a vampire-like entity. The word is a feminine noun meaning the one that sucks and can be rendered as leech, though in later Arabic mythology, a very similar term is used for a like in 1001 every night. So it's unclear if that association obtained at this period of Israelite mythology, and with the term only mentioned once in the entire Hebrew Bible, it's pretty tough to draw any kind of firm conclusion about whether this is an early Israelite vampire. Generally speaking, that's the range of Israelite demonology as it's preserved in the Hebrew Bible. Of course, eventually non-Israelite gods such as Baal, Moloch, Dagon, Chemos, etc., they all get kind of demonized, but note that there's no systematic demonology in the Israelite literature. There's no origin theory for these beings. There's no sense of how they fit into the divine ecology. More generally, and connected with the origin of no leader organs, and only in a couple of cases are associated with anything like our modern conception of demonic possession. Also, if you're interested in the history, as I mentioned earlier, it appears that such malevolent entities played only a very minor role in Israelite mythology, like Canaanite mythology more generally. Of course, that would dramatically change with the rise of apocalyptic Judaism in the Persian period, probably because of intense contact with both Hellenic and Persian cultures. Though I will say that this more archaic Israelite position did persist into the Second Temple period despite the rise of apocalyptic Judaism, with a group typically referred to as the Sadducees, who rejected the existence of angels and demons generally, along with the resurrection of the body and the idea of punishment and reward in the afterlife. Traditional like concept of all. In some sense, the Sadducees actually maintain a traditional, if one might use the traditional view of the ancient Israelites. Of the Jerusalem temple, this position seems to have basically gone extinct along with the Sadducees. Here to stay, and I'm sure I'll be exploring the developments in future episodes. If you're interested in the history of angels and demons or the academic study of topics in occultism, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. conversations between Dr. John D., Edward Kelly, and a host of entities they are said to have contacted in the late 16th century are among the most fascinating, mysterious, and obscure events in the history of Western esotericism. Indeed, my whole field, basically what I've spent decades studying, discovery as a teenager learning Latin, that an angelic language, complete with grammar, vocabulary, syntax, all the things that make a language had been revealed in a series of magical rituals in the late Middle Ages. As you might imagine, this made an enormous impression upon me. Languages are made up of more or less stable patterns, which I knew all too well taking weekly Latin exams, and such patterns can't be just easily made up on picking up languages. If it were an angelic language, it might very well be built of something much faster than just atoms and void. I immediately ordered the Laycock Complete Enochian Dictionary, which I still have over 2 decades later, and I've been studying esotericism ever since. In this episode, we're going to continue our series on esoteric symbolism and languages. You can check out the card above to explore more topics in that series by turning our attention to language in at least 3. The first one is going to be about the Enochian alphabet, the second on the contents of the celestial book of Enoch, also known as the Hebrew Loga and the angelic language, and that's how I'm going to pronounce the name of the book, because that's how the angels said to pronounce it. We're going to argue with a bunch of angels. And the third is going to be on the Enochian calls, which provide us our only substantial glimpse into language. In this first episode, I'll explore the Enochian alphabet. I'll be situating the project in the philosophical and spiritual landscape of the 16th century semiotics, or the study of representation more generally, and I'll attempt a paleographic analysis of the 2 Enochian scripts. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, or the academic study of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my dozens of other topics in the study of esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work, scholarly and free content on esotericism, you consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps you can find those links below, and I really appreciate supporting this channel. It's really the only reason why this channel can continue to exist. I hope you'll join me for the Celestial Spine and Edward Kelly. I'm Dr. Justin, and welcome to Esoterica. We explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Dr. John D. was no stranger to employing me to search at what he called radical truths, or those truths which are most fundamental to religion and philosophy. His work and conversations were as saturated with esotericism, symbolism, and metaphysical power, such as the enigmatic 1564 Mona's to the rigor of rational math. Call that he composed the introduction to the first English edition of Euclid's famed textbook on geometry, The Elements. In D4D, the rational perfectly at home with one another, so it would be no wonder that he would eventually turn that analytical mind, informed deeply by pious Christian hermeticism, to probe the fundamental depths of religious by attempting contact with the very messengers of God, the angels. By at least the early 1580s, Dee was experimenting with the technique of scrying, or peering into a polished object or substance in order to supernaturally perceive the metaphysical world. Though he had little substantial success himself until the arrival of the alchemist and forger Edward Kelly in 15. If you want to learn a bit more about Kelly and his later alchemical writings, check out my episode on that topic above. Now, Kelly had a talent, so to speak, for scrying, and his doing so would set into motion the events that would lead to one of the most important events in the history of Western esotericism, the angelic conversations. Such conversations would include dozens of beings and reveal at least 3 different systems of angelic magic, a range of evocations, rituals, furniture, and the celestial speech of the angels themselves. Before going forward, I just want to offer a few words of clarification and disclaimer. Notice how I haven't been using the word Enochian much for the angelic language. Well, that's because the language isn't Enochian in any important sense. It's typically referred to as angelic or celestial or sometimes Adamical in the records left behind by Dee. Now, that said, I'm just going to often use the vernacular term Enochian for both the sessions, the magical system, and the languages. I mean, I'm not a hypocrite or anything, I'm a victim. I'm a victim of the tyranny of a sloppy vernacular that uses the word Enochian to describe all of it. Further, I also just want to point out that I'm bracketing any truth claims about the entities and revelations around the angelic conversations. I want to present the text without constantly having to disclaim myself using somewhat belittling terms like allegedly and so-called. I'm just going to bracket the ontological status of Madini, the daughter of Alba, and Uriel Rothschild, for that matter. Real is just going to have to be a debate for another day. Lastly, I'm also going to mostly end with the texts as we have them. In the same way that I'm happy to discuss other mythological systems on their own terms, including the one that I happen to subscribe to, I can certainly extend that courtesy, if only provisionally, to the angelic conversations. That all said, let's discuss the language and text that are supposed to usher in the apocalypse. Kelly read a few of those words out loud. We actually got vehicles. Fun. The first phase of the angelic conversations primarily has to do with the development of what is now typically called the heptarchic system of magic. It runs roughly from March of 1582 to the earliest stirrings of the revelations of the angelic language itself roughly a year later, starting around 1583 in March of that year. The heptarchic system describes various laymen's cycles, especially the famed Sigillium Dea Emet, and other apparati for the invocation of various highly organized planetary angels and various kinds of spirits. In many ways, these sections lay out the magical technology to facilitate the further revelations, and were not really that unlike medieval magic in the Solomonic tradition more generally. Once the bulk of the magical technology had been revealed, which I'm sure I'm going to end up doing a future episode on, the slow and honestly perplexing revelation of the angelic language or celestial speech then begins. Indeed, it appears that the heptarchic system, the Liber Loga, and its keys, along with the Watchtower system, all seem to comprise a general magical system, though none of these systems are complete or clear or really even terribly coherent. It's all the different debates in modern magic about just how to pull these off. And then there are books the angels mentioned as really important, but we learn basically nothing about them. It's all tantalizing and can honestly be a bit crazy making trying to fit it all together to make it all coherently work. So let's just not go crazy and ignore all those problems for now. Though, to set the stage for the Liber Loga and the angelic language, it's worth mentioning a couple of important aspects of the Heptarchic system and Renaissance magic more generally. And that's to say, magic squares and the idea of a divine or angelic language. Let's start with the squares, as they appear pretty early on in these sessions themselves, and in many ways contain the very first elements of the Enochian language. As you probably know, such squares are widely attested as far back as ancient Rome, the Sator square being, of course, the most famous, but these also occur as far afield as Chinese mathematics and Arabic and Jewish astral magic. In fact, they probably come from Arabic and Jewish astral magic. For our purposes at least, these squares are important in a few aspects. They play an important role in the seminal volumes on occult philosophy by Cornelius Agrippa, in his theory and practice of astral and, in some senses, angelic magic. Really, I can't overstate just how important Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy is going to be in this entire Enochian saga. These squares are typically alphanumeric grids. The numbers add up to the same number of rows or columns, or sometimes diagonally, or as in the main squares of the Abramelin ritual, where the magical seed words of degradation. What's key to squares is a D was already convinced that he possessed a text, specifically the tables of Suiga, which are a series of 36 by 36 tables with letters and some kind of astrological correspondence. He felt that these tables were incredibly important, so important that their contents were among the first questions he posed to the angels once contact was made through Kelly. Indeed, the angel Uriel confirms that the text was given to Adam in paradise in the Garden of Eden, but apparently only the angel Michael. As it turned out, the text was activated by users fed into an algorithm which was only cracked in the 1990s after the text was rediscovered. I've done a whole episode on the Soiga tables and anchoring. Call it that if you want to check out that episode in the card above. Also, worth mentioning table squares were part and parcel, and I would be positively in between angelic communications, magic tables, esoteric alphabets, and international espionage, which was kind of a thing in these days, and D was knee deep in it. Secret angel code transmission was a thing, and I'll be doing an episode on it and Agrippa's tutor and confidant Trithemius, who in fact developed a whole secret code transmission system at some point in the future. Only on a channel like this could I say something like secret angel code transmission system and people not think that out of my mind. I mean, you guys don't think I am completely out of. Regardless of my relative sanity, the whole business of magic squares is about to get turned up to 11, or really 49. Sorry, that joke kind of went off the rails, didn't it? Within the first couple of weeks of the angelic conversations, the very first magical squares appear and seem to contain the names of various spirits and angels whose names and symbols adorn the famed cycle of God and meant for truth, which survives in beeswax in the British Museum. As you can see, the names are extracted by reading the squares in various directions, especially the second square, which also contains a small amount of number letter substitution and translations of various sections of the rows. Conspicuously, the second table is a 7 by 7 table, which, when read in various directions, reveals the names of various angelic beings. I think it's sometimes overlooked, but this second square contains some of the earliest words in what will later be to Dee and Kelly. Specifically, one of the angelic names, El Amessa, who just goes by El, so you know that's their nickname. They're going to play a huge role in the period of the Libra Loga revelations. As we will see, the Book of Enoch and the Celestial Language will primarily appear in a series of 49 by 49 tables over the course of roughly 49 days, starting on Good Friday. That process began with the appearance of the Archangel Raphael in the angelic conversations. Angel Raphael delivers a series of of medicinal in that sense, but of rapid power and idea might have had alchemical overtones to Dee and Kelly's ears. Recall that Raphael means he has Medicina Dei, his records. So something much grander than just liquor was at play. The next day, Kelly notes a book beneath Raphael's robes, and this book is actually revealed to be the liquor Raphael was referring to. The book is said to have 48 leaves, so this will later become 49, kinda, with leaves or pages of gold written upon with still wet blood, which Raphael eventually in Kelly contains records of the angelic speech itself, and, it seems, the secrets of creation, history, and the apocalyptic end of history itself. Big whoop. Indy appears to be the very words by which the word of Logos, the Gospel of John fame, spoke the creation of the cosmos into being. Now, you would think that the promise of set calls being released to a and concentrated a bit more on the topic at hand. You know, just the secrets of creation and the speech of the self. Nope. Dee and Kelly basically go on to pester the angels about buried treasure. Serious buried treasure. They even rebuke times for this, like, I'm talking about secrets of all of creation and the soon coming apocalypse. And, you know, Dee and Kelly are basically like, yeah, Papa logos, blah, blah, blah. Let's get this buried treasure thing first, right? Cool? Not cool, guys. Not cool, Dee and Kelly. I gotta admit, this entire buried treasure thing and many parts like it, you know, I love the angelic conversation. It's serious and intriguing, and then they're absolutely downright irreverent. Like when Dee and Kelly respectively ask the angels to basically borrow money to buy a horse and other stuff, or when Dee has to correct the Latin or the mathematics of the angels that confuse squares and roots. I mean, I came for the angel keys to all creation, but I stayed for the buried treasure, the alchemical ciphers, and of course, the angelic prompted life exchange program. You know who I really feel bad for in all this is Jane Dee, John Dee's wife, who must have been an amazingly strong and capable woman, and eventually, of course, Kelly's wife, Joanna, who really did well for herself and her children when Kelly was, you know, imprisoned for alchemical dueling in Bohemia. I'm definitely going to do an episode on both of these amazing women. They really deserve it, having put up with Dee and Kelly, these angels and the buried treasure. All that said, on Tuesday, March 26th, the Archangel Raphael begins to properly reveal the text to Dee and Kelly. First, they're shown a 49 by 49 grid, out of which the angel, using a golden rod, points to 21 various symbols grouped into 3 groups of 7, which are read right to left, like Hebrew, and are revealed to be the letters of the celestial speech or the angelic alphabet, now typically called the Enochian alphabet. Before turning to an analysis of the letter discussed, some of the finer language. While modern simulative language maintain that the relationship between signifier is our fancy way of saying that the word no inherent to furry creature denoted by that term. That arbitrary relationship given in pre-modern semiotics. Further, there was a more general metaphysical debate stretching back centuries before even John Dee about whether categories like abstract categories like dog or human existed at all. One camp, the realists, took a more platonic position and argued that general categories did have some kind of metaphysical existence. Nominalists held that such categories remained mainly nominalist, though perhaps not totally as linguists now hold. Further, it was a theological commonplace that God had created the world to be, and that language itself, at least in some form, still held some kind of metaphysical power. This idea was held pretty anciently in Judaism, especially in texts like the Sacred Yetzirah, supported both theoretically and practically to hear the note, well, magic, pretty early on in the European Middle Ages. Hebrew, which is all you see in many magical texts down to this day, it's a theory in the physically powerful way to be. The going candidate at this time was some form of Reformed Hebrew had been lost following the fall of man, the whole Adam and Eve and the snake bit, but could be recovered somehow. And this led to a sustained interest on the part of Christians into the study of Hebrew and even Egyptian hieroglyphics. This quest for a perfect, divinely powerful language in which representation and being were merged was all the rage in the time of Dr. John Dee. Indeed, in many ways, this is all best captured in Agrippa's discussion of language, and specifically angelic language, in his 3 books of occult philosophy. I'm going to be making another episode on just that topic, Agrippa's philosophy of language, maybe at some point soon, so stay tuned for that. In fact, Dee himself tried to forge a whole new system of representation in his 1564 text, the Momus Hieroglyphica. And if you want a deeper dive into that really difficult text and the question of semiotics and magic, make sure to check out my 3-part series on that book. What I'm trying to drive home here is that the angelic or Enochian alphabet, and by extension the angelic language, would have probably struck Dee as perhaps the greatest spiritual and philosophical breakthrough in human history. Buried treasure notwithstanding. And it's no wonder that the text, which contains that language, the Liber Loga, would literally hold the secret to all being, from the very beginning of being to its apocalyptic finale. With that in mind, let's now turn to the Enochian or angelic alphabet. As I mentioned, the alphabet, or Bon Pa, or given the first disclosure, the angelic alphabet might be called Pa Be, is a series of 21 glyphs grouped into bunches of 7. Despite hundreds of years of research into the origins of the angelic script, we can conclude that it basically bears more esoteric alphabets. Of course, such esoteric and graphic alphabets is one thing Hildegard of Bingen's script for lingua ignota. And many of these were very likely known to Dee disciples who used papyri and were very likely extracted, at least at that time, on practices. Indeed, 3 of the magical alphabets in Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy are directly derived from Hebrew. Though, interestingly, for many many reasons, none of these alphabets seem to be the origin of the angelic script we found in the D Conversations of Angels. A more likely candidate may be a so-called Enochian alphabet in the 1530 quasi-alchemical and generally impenetrable text, the Academia of Antius. D was the infinite copy of in 1599, and as I mentioned, it does contain an alphabet that it calls Enochian. And these Enochian letters, some resemblance to D script, though not the first, more on that in a second. And there's reliefs and their respective values between the two so-called indents. While it's possible that the Academia Enochian served as an inspiration to John D. Edward Kelly, this connect does strike me as tenuous, to be honest. Further, and I think this is really important, it's not D we should be thinking about here. It's Kelly. While Kelly seemed to know Agrippa quite well, he seems to have known and been practicing some form of Solomonic goetic magic all the while engaging with the angels, probably trying to get demons to tell him where that buried treasure was. Now, it's not clear that he explored this notoriously difficult text of Academia. And I'm not kidding, I've read a lot of alchemical books, and this is without any doubt one of the most obscure. And further, the connection between the two character sets really only applies if one is looking at the later angelic script and not the first one revealed on March 26th. Another possible genetic condition for the script could be tachygraphy, or shorthand. Kelly, as you may know, was a trained notary, and shorthand would have been part of that training in all likelihood. Now, he did use that training to engage in forgery, but like I said, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Kind of. These symbols, of course, are survivals of a system of Latin shorthand said to have been developed by one of the slave scribes of Cicero named Tiro. In fact, bears his name, the Tirones. In fact, most well-known Tironian symbol, the symbol for end or hand, actually survives into use today, especially in the Irish national script. Again, these shorthand symbols do, to my eye at least, bear a striking resemblance to both angelic scripts, and given Kelly's training in the notary arts, this seems like a possible origin for the symbols. Oh yeah, the script of the Warning manuscript also shares many similarities with medieval tachygraphy, but that's a story for another day. Indeed, this is probably the time to point out that the Enochian alphabet isn't just one alphabet. The first two times the script appears, it is a much more cursive-looking script, with more stylized versions appearing later in the records and produced by Kelly, sometimes outside of the angelic sessions themselves. Now, it's possible that Kelly saw the more stylized versions and that the cursive versions were just easier ways to write down those symbols in the midst of the conversation. Kelly seems to express just such a position. There are 21 letters or basic sounds of English, and that's linguistically the just sound is actually pretty rare, and there are no sounds really foreign to English in the Arabic. I've always thought of the line in the Quran where Allah tells Muhammad that, quote, it down as an Arabic Quran that he might in fact understand it. This ayat has always struck me as interesting because it seems to indicate that if Muhammad weren't an Arab and were a, I don't know, Dine person, the Quran would have been revealed in Navajo, or better, Dine Gizad, despite the idea that the earthly Quran is a copy of a sole eternal Quran. It might just be the Anglican version. No, someone else might have gotten a different version. The Polish version completely lacking in it. Hawaiian version may have been mostly levels. Who knows? The first version of the alphabet seems to be less formalized, but does not fundamentally appear serifs that are present in the determination. The ductus seems to typically begin from a left-hand stroke to right, indicating that the direction of the script RTL, which is in the angels. The baseline itself isn't really apparent, but doesn't appear to be super linear as it is with Hebrew, in which the letters hang top line as opposed to sitting on the bottom line like in Latin script is float inside of the grids. Overall, the first script, while mysterious, strikes me as rather uncalligraphic, with little in the way of internal uniformity in glyph structure or ductus. In other words, it kind of looks homely given the calligraphic material of the time. It appears to my eyes as artificial or made up, likely shaped by the calligraphies which produced other simple scripts. Now, of course, aesthetic judgments don't really matter because we're looking at an angelic script allegedly, and it just also might be the case that the script wasn't subject to historical pressure. Angels are, well, eternal, and it just didn't evolve. The more elaborate or formalized script, or I might call it the more versal-like form of this script, is the one better known to people as Enochian, and is sincerely formed with a much more elaborate ductus. Here the glyphs seem to form by several strokes that are built up somewhat like robotic versals and sport very dramatic, elaborate serifs, and a couple of the elements seem to have the presence of punky or little dots, which don't seem to appear in the first script but do seem important in the second. Here the ductus contains several strokes with the quill often seem to draw the glyphs rather than being composed by the natural stroke of the nib. That seems most apparent to me in the rather dramatic serifs of this script. Indeed, if the same quill were used for both the notes here in Song 3188 and the composition of the angelic letters, then we certainly have glyphs which are drawn rather than naturally written, even if they're built up from several versal line of strokes. Again, the script does not strike me as natural, with no clear linear trajectory, though again a general RTL openness seems to dominate. Again, Kelly had some experience at Clark, and his handwriting is honestly well relief. Manuscripts, especially compared to these, is positively incorporating most of the continental conversations are recorded. And so, the more calligraphic version of the angelic script, these two scripts, the more formal version is majuscule. The Enochian script seems to be exclusive throughout the entire sessions, much like Hebrew, but unlike English or Greek. Further, neither script seems to have an upper or lower case. It seems like they are both two scripts, one more stylized and formal, and perhaps one just more utilitarian. Though, again, Kelly does indicate that the later, more formal script is the angelic script, properly speaking. Further, we're told that the celestial speech is written, as I mentioned earlier, from right to left, like Hebrew, and that, like Hebrew and Greek, angel letters have names. For instance, the B is called and the O sound is called med, etc. However, unlike Hebrew and Greek, the names of each angelic letter do not seem to bear either a phonetic or semic relationship to the letter attack. For instance, in Proto-Semitic, Hebrew, and Phoenician, the second letter med actually comes from a converted Egyptian hieroglyphic for house, which both becomes the shape of the eventual Phoenician Hebrew letter, and is the reason why it's of bayit or house is linked for that reason with the letter bait and the sound ba. Now, that connection is lost when the aleph bait becomes the alpha beta of the Greek language. Beta only really means the name of that letter and isn't connected in any way to the Greek word for house, oikos. So the relationship of the glyphs, their phonetic value, and their nominal designation remain, unsurprisingly, completely mysterious. that, like Greek and Hebrew, there's also some connection between the angelic glyphs and their numerical value. But this is also completely obscure, and I'll be discussing the European numbers in more detail when I get to the third part of this series on the Enochian calls. What I find perhaps most surprising about the Enochian or angelic alphabet is what isn't mentioned in the journals. While the tables of Enoch, the Liber Loga, and the calls and the watchtowers are given often painstaking detail, the angelic script receives virtually no attention. The nature of the ductus, the presence of the puncti, the relationship of the glyphs to the baseline, etc., none of this is really given any attention, and neither he nor Kelly seem to really inquire about it, aside from sometimes they're interested in sort of what color the script should be when it's written out. And even then, the angels don't really often seem to care about this very much. Now, given that I'm a calligrapher with an eye toward paleography, I'm sure this is just me being a bit nitpicky, but still, this is the angelic script. You would think we would get some kind of handwriting tutorial, but I guess not. I'm too busy burying treasure and alchemy and how to write, the most important language in all of existence. Priorities, guys. I'm surprised. Learn how to do this thing well. After insisting that both men must become proficient with the angelic alphabet, the angel Raphael issues a dire warning about the medicine or book they are about to reveal. O liber, 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 omnis vita malis vero mors ipsa. O book, like to the good, truly death itself for us. Famously mysterious or loga, or the of God, also known in the angelic language as heart, which means either a name for God or as those that fear God. In other words, read or it's said to be not created and will bring just that being to its apocalyptic finality. I hope you'll join me in the next explore the celestial tables of Enoch, the very speech of God. I'll also be doing a book roundup in later episodes as well. Until then, make sure to subscribe, check out my other content, and again, consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. Those links are below. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Hello, how are you? Pleasure to be here. How long do we usually go? Excellent. And do you mind if in the introduction I talk about a little bit about my live streaming project that I've been doing for the last 4 years? Okay, excellent. And then one last thing, if you don't mind, when I do talk about that, I would just like to show people my YouTube. And so the way that I would anticipate doing that is just changing my screen over and showing people all of my simultaneous live streams that they can be able to see from all of the different angles. Would that work for you? Excellent. Um, so we're going to do the first part on Chaimashed, and then the second part on the Nephilim, perhaps some Ezekiel, perhaps some Enoch. Is that correct? All right, sounds like a plan. Okay, excellent. All right, I'm ready when you are. I'm well, thank God. How are you? Most certainly. Most certainly. I was a skeptic, certainly at age 14, and really up until my early 20s, as someone who believed that which I would see in the media and understand that anything alien or UFO related is generally going to be considered, as people would say, science fiction, or certainly fiction in general. And it was my belief on this subject publicly that aliens, if public event, and I did not dig very deeply into it. It was in the year 2008 approximately when the internet speeds of these opportunities were available, especially in the documentary for someone who was once into this topic more and more. And it was in my viewing of Dr. Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project in 2008 that I really, for the first time, saw many different whistleblowers from all different backgrounds, military intelligence, people who work for the FAA, and even in the international community, talk about aliens and ufology and just humanity not being alone for the first time with such seriousness and such evidence that it opened my eyes. The Disclosure Project took place in 2001, specifically May 9th, 2001, at the National Press Corps in Washington, D.C. And so it was a few years afterward that I would eventually see the Disclosure Project, and it changed my life. Absolutely. And he recognized that I would not be alone. It forced me to delve into different topics such as Bob Lazar, the alien abduction phenomenon, Philip Corso, ancient aliens, and recognize that humanity exists on Earth, but we may not be alone. We may have been perhaps guided here. Our evolution may have been influenced, and this was certainly an awakening journey. At age 14, though, I was not aware of any of this. The internet was still in its infancy. I was more worried about school books and friends than taking on such a massive massive topics such as ufology, but it would be in the coming years that I would essentially wake up to this event, that we aren't alone, and take it with immense seriousness. And I would also say, I'd like to say, if I may, my my last name is Rothschild, and yes, all the Rothschilds generally are related around the world, but I have no direct, or I should say, any type of direct connection that we have is certainly distant. We all do have certainly some common ancestors, but yes, I'm a regular person, probably like most of your listeners who didn't have any inside information in terms of the ufology subject. It was something that I had to come about independently. Well, generally, I see them as being separate. When we get into the Nephilim, the angels, even Ezekiel's visions, Gnosticism, Kabbalah, these are different topics. Nephilim generally are referenced as mysterious beings mentioned specifically in Bereshit or Genesis 6, 1 through 4, often interpreted as giants or offspring of heavenly beings and humans. Our traditional source of this is biblical text and later Jewish writings. Then we have angels, also known as malachim, divine messengers or spiritual beings who serve God's purposes. Again, Hebrew Bible, Rabbinical Judaism, and Kabbalah are our main sources for this. These beings, the Chayot, the Ophaim, these celestials that we see in his vision of the divine throne, these also come from the book of Ezekiel. When we get into Gnostic beings, this is a later movement. These are concepts in various Gnostic systems, often involving cosmic and a distinction between the creator and late generally the second to fourth century. And then Kabbalistic beings generally come up later. They're more medieval Jewish mysticism. So we're looking at 1,000 years later. And these are generally spiritual forces, some angels, emanations, and levels of reality within Jewish mystical cosmology. So generally, we see them as separate, or at least I see them as separate. And I would also say there are interpretations of what these beings are, but from my standpoint and in my research and certainly my learning, they're separate beings. Everything. I think it's always in questions and to never take anything as truth. But I feel Mashed is stating seems to be true that we aren't alone, that there are real Mars bases. He references in his book and in his interviews that basically we go to Mars, perhaps we need to go with not just a geological or perhaps physical type of mentality, but also an archaeological uh, uh, philosophy, and to go there to perhaps see if there are ancient structures there, which generally isn't discussed. His background is such that he is really, from an American equivalent, someone almost like a Joint Chiefs of Staff member. He is at one point was one of the 24 highest members of the Israeli Defense Force. His background is extremely vetted, and there is some interest in if he's willing to make these claims and willing to say that the Trump administration is aware of them, that consciousness does not end when. Go ahead. Certainly. Absolutely. Most certainly. Well, before we go there, which is certainly the main claim that he makes, he first states that extraterrestrial civilizations exist. Military or any member of a government to be able to make this claim certainly gets attention. He states that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations exist, that these civilizations have been observing humanity for a great period of time, and that humanity has not fully understood its role. And so once we establish that he does state that these are advanced beings, then he gets into the Galactic Federation. It's really the most most certainly. The his book is really an autobiography, and the key aspects of this are written in the epilogue. But within the epilogue, there is reference in his in the idea of the galactic. He does not go into anything in terms of their look, their biology, whether they're the tall grays, whether they're the Nordics, whether they're reptilians, nothing like that, which I think many people wish that he would if he had this knowledge. But from seeing his interviews and reading his books in translations and his reading his interviews in newspapers, I think he would have said it if he knew. He doesn't seem to be someone who's holding back on very much information. So to give listenership an idea, we're looking at potentially, as he references, approximate species, but we don't have specifics as to their biology. It that's a, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, in the Jerusalem Post. No, He doesn't give specifics, and I don't know if he knows how he knows this. But what he does say is that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations have organized into a cooperative structure. He describes this as a type of federation involving multiple civilizations, and he claimed that humanity had allegedly been interacting with this group. He also claims that there's some alleged cooperation with the United States and Israel. The government has knowledge of these alleged contacts, that Israel was also involved and in this relationship, and that the interactions involved attempts to understand deeper questions about the universe. Uh, there are also claims that he makes that perhaps other countries are involved, including Russia, China, United Kingdom, and Japan, perhaps others as well, in addition to the United States. So it is not solely a United States-Israeli um, relationship. It perhaps may have to do with the more advanced, the more advanced countries. One of the things that he routinely states that the Galactic Federation has said is that humanity is not ready yet. This became the famous headline that the aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. Uh, the, 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 the argument that he makes is the possible effect happen with disclosure and its enormous consequences. Well, his lack of concern and with immense and major evidence. And so the lack of evidence is off-putting. This is someone who has basically said in their own words, I have nothing to years old. And already won the Israeli, as you had said, he's essentially the grandfather of the Israeli space program, Israeli set program. And he didn't need the money necessarily. He was already a professor. He was already a contractor, already a lecturer. This seemed to be his opportunity to share what he potentially knew. And I think that's a really interesting take, that he wasn't necessarily doing this to make a lot of money, it seemed, that say, hey, he was promoting a book, promote book sales, to get the listenership of a timeline of when this occurred. The book was published in November of 2020, and then the major newspaper article was published in December of 2020, and then subsequent in translations, specifically in Jerusalem Post of summaries, later in the month of this. Goes quiet, which in my opinion is quite interesting. He did not go on the podcast yet. He did not go on the talk show circuit. Was not he was not booked as many other people have in the past, which to me lends some amount of credibility that he was not just doing it for financial gain. In terms of his mental state, he's in good conscience, not doing those for reasons. He seemed to have his wits about him, even in the years after he has his wits about him. So it did not seem to be like he was having some kind of psychological issue. He seems to have been in good mental health when he made these claims and wanted to share what he allegedly knew with the world. And so, from my perspective, there's some credibility to that. That's excellent question. Well, for the Donald Trump aspect of it, oh, go ahead. Most certainly. Well, from the of it, you're absolutely right. A shed claimed that Donald Trump was aware of the extraterrestrial situation, that he had considered revealing the information, and that the alleged extraterrestrial group supposedly discouraged disclosure because humanity was not ready. Now, a question that I have, and this is really for the White House press corps, the media in general, if such a claim was being made, why not push this issue with the president? Did this occur? Is there something that you're not sharing with us? The topic of aliens, while so important, is not really discussed at the higher levels of the media as mainstream as even these claims were made. So I was quite disappointed in that. In terms of where is disclosure, from where is it going to come? I think there's an argument to be made that we are in a period of soft disclosure and that we have been for decades. that the media and many of the movies and certainly films, documentaries, and other resources that are prepare humanity for the understanding that we are not alone, and what kind of potential public shock that could occur if it happens too quickly, perhaps social disruption, religious questions arise, political consequences, and just the difficulty in your average individual of understanding that there are civilizations far more advanced than humanity has a lot of baggage with it. In terms of the idea of soft disclosure, there are maybe potential arguments in here that we may never get the answer that we want, and that this will just be information that is kept quiet to a certain element of society. There's that argument. There's another argument that states will continue to have soft disclosure until there's an event. And perhaps this is an event of aggression that one day there is a leader who is willing to talk about these subjects from a potential historical and in the modern age, a realistic standpoint that we need to handle this topic with maturity, and alongside some other of the philosophies, there's always the event that we may have some hard disclosure moment, a Project Bluebeam type of event where all of a sudden on all of the television stations and all of your 24 hour media outlets and social, there is just a flip switch that is flipped essentially that says it's now time that we for the next epoch of disclosure. And with this, there could be religious connotations to it. There could perhaps be a global government aim for this than hypothesized. It seems to be at least 50% of we're not alone. So whatever soft disclosure is being conducted, it will be successful because people are no longer willing to believe that it is bunk or believe that it is really not actually occurring. Now we get into specifics whether we believe aliens are here on Earth, whether the abduction phenomenon is real, and things like that. But if you ask your average, there is a more likely chance than not that they believe that we are not alone, and that was not always true throughout human history. Well, he discusses an alleged underground base on Mars specifically, so this is subsurface. He claims that this base involved cooperation between humans and extraterrestrial beings, specifically the United States government. He associates this base with American alleged extraterrestrial civilization. He states that within this Mars discussion, a connected theme within the book that it in space and its role, there's a possibility of archaeology beyond Earth. And as I mentioned earlier, that's why he states that there are some evolving scientific realms that aren't really explored, like off-worldology, perhaps, or xenobiology, the biology of perhaps species that are not Earth-based, that he references. And really just the search for evidence of ancient civilizations. In terms of what I would have loved to hear, perhaps about the alien base or the alleged cooperative alien base on Mars, is more about its physical structure. How long has it been there? How do people get this information? Which is unfortunate, but is somewhat par for the course within ufology. We get a little bit, and it leaves us to want more. Um, and I would say that the claims of that he makes about Mars typically are difficult for many people to swallow. There are some people who say, "Hey, I'm willing to go forward with Haimashed's claims about the Galactic Federation, perhaps, and perhaps consciousness existing after death. But this idea of Mars seems to perhaps go against some of the modern physics that we have. And he doesn't go into how you get there, what's the length of time, who's been there, what happens with these people once they go there. He leaves the people who have read his book and read his interviews, wanting more. Still don't have an answer as to what exactly is going on there. But he said this is consistent with many people who have made these claims previous. That perhaps there's some type of secret space agency that may exist or secret space program, and this would seemingly be a part of that. Well, it seems as if our no matter how great we think of enough, we are not type 1 Sertyshev scale, and certainly not even close to type 2 or type 3, which is what these advanced civilizations may be. We're basically an infant, and that perhaps some type of extraterrestrial intelligence is helping us to evolve, perhaps guided evolution, to be able to sit at that top table of a type 1 civilization. It's almost as if when you're a child and you're not yet ready to sit at the adult table, for lack of a better analogy, that you're taught the different behavior that you should have and the maturity that is expected of you before you're given that opportunity. And perhaps these developments could be our association with nuclear weapons, or our association with global war, or our association with artificial intelligence. These might be tests to see how humanity is treating them. And in terms of, if we look at what perhaps other philosophers, other astronomers, cosmologists have stated, humanity is not even approaching that type 1 civilization yet. Within the next century or so, we may be looking at another millennium or two, to perhaps be at that type 1 where we basically are utilizing all of the energy within our home planet. But that doesn't mean that we're not moving toward that. And this guided evolution of an extraterrestrial intelligence may be helping to push us there. Generally, I think that's what Chaim Mashed means when he makes the statement that humanity is not ready yet. And he doesn't give a timeline when he says we will be ready, and he doesn't give any kind of standards like once there's global peace or once we're able to manage our energy levels, or once we're able to control climate, or any other type of verification is not given. It's just we are not ready yet, and the media ran with this statement, and certainly it's one of the more memorable statements of what Chaim Kashed made in 2020. It seems as if it is. So there is a galactic federation, and then perhaps some kind of shadowy clandestine group like Majestic 12, or some type of um, group of humans that make the decision, perhaps within intelligence agencies, and what is disclosed. And then that is then given to humans. I should say to government officials, media, and such. So it may be a three-tiered system. There's a galactic federation. Somehow there's some kind of communication with intelligence that is not disclosed, that it does keep this information, and then slowly the information leaked into the government and media organization. Depends on how humanity thinks that we would handle it, how the media thinks we could handle it. If there was major fear that was induced from the media, then people are going to be scared of it. But if it was handled in a calm and mature, perhaps people might be to with the maturity that it requires. I have taken this, it's not a perfect analogy by any means, but at least within the state of California, when people would say, what would happen one day if they ever made marijuana legal? When I was a kid, people would say, "Oh, there's going to be chaos in the streets, and people will overturn cars, and the government will immediately be overtaken." And that didn't happen at all, as we saw in the late 2010s. That once the decriminalization or eventual legality of marijuana happened statewide, it was just another day, basically. And the same could be true within the state of disclosure. Now, disclosure, albeit, is much different than the legalization of such a plant, but nevertheless, it is a possibility that humanity could handle the situation with maturity. What we would be unable to do or reverse once disclosure occurs is the idea of, have we been reverse engineering different types of technology? Are some of the inventions that humans are given credit, are those perhaps reverse engineered technologies? What happens in terms of who gets this type of technology? What I see artificial intelligence as a tool, and it is a tool that certainly is accelerating human development and autonomy and robotics. It may be a tool that we've been able to um, receive or develop from reverse engineered alien technology, and it itself could be reverse engineered alien technology. It would almost as if, let's say, we were seated here with some type of guided panspermia, and extraterrestrial intelligence thought, you know what, humanity fast enough. Let's get out of it, and so we'll make sure the right inventions are found, or the right organizations are ordered to so than we once would, and from an a higher efficiency standpoint, continued improvements. If this was something that aliens wanted due to um, their own desire for humanity to be a more advanced civilization, I could see that happening. I also could see it as just a, basically a necessary development that you would get within computing. So, given enough time, if you gave any civilization enough time with the computer, eventually they're going to develop artificial narrow intelligence, then artificial intelligence, and then eventually artificial superintelligence. This might be an inevitability. So, in terms of alien influence, I but also I am at least open in the idea that microelectronics, the transistor, and many that we have today may be alien influence and perhaps reverse, and thus the development that we have is alien influence development. So it could go the development from computing or aliens actually see them. Within Judaism, generally, because we don't have one central spokesperson, the idea of humanity not being alone in the universe is a possibility. So there's no direct contradiction. For thousands of years, human beings have looked to the night sky and wondered whether Earth is unique or whether life exists elsewhere. And we have seen with the development of modern astronomy, the chances are that we may not be alone. And even rabbinical Cossacks of the previous century have anticipated perhaps some type of alien disclosure occurring, and that this doesn't necessarily contradict with what we certainly know about our known universe. This would just basically be an addition, or we'd have to adapt perhaps to this type of disclosure. But there isn't something within mainstream centrist orthodoxy that says humans are alone and they can only be alone, and any other type of thought of anything outside of that directly contradicts what our central halacha or Jewish law is. And especially in the more modern age and modern thinkers and the modern Orthodox camp generally, we are much more open minded about this. We see disclosure as perhaps being inevitable. And what happens then with with if we have disclosure, how does that affect us as religious people? Well, we can absolutely, yes. Generally, the covenant is seen between God and mankind. So any other extraterrestrial entity is generally not a part of that covenant. That doesn't mean that there may not be some type of humanity knows. In terms of um, the theological possibility, there is no universal Jewish prohibition against alien life. There is an essential doctrine requiring Earth to be the only inhabited world. And if there is a possibility or worldview that the universe contains many forms of creation, there is the opportunity that perhaps they are outside of what we know within the Hebrew Bible. There have been certainly throughout ancient and medieval Jewish thought that and philosophers who really explored questions about multiple worlds or celestial realms and the nature of existence. Into the modern age, most contemporary Jewish thinkers approach extraterrestrial life as a scientific question, a philosophical question, and a theological opportunity. Now, what would happen from a realistic standpoint if, let's just say, on television tomorrow, it was just announced that that we're not alone? From a religious standpoint, at least within Judaism, we would look toward our religious leaders, so our rabbis, and we would ask the rabbis, how is this interpreted? And generally, from my discussions with my rabbinic colleagues, we would continue to have our daily services. We would have Shachris, Mincha, Maariv, our morning, our afternoon, and our evening uh, services. We would continue to keep kosher. We would continue to do our best to be observant of Shabbos, uh, so long as there wasn't some type of direct threat to us as a people to continue to worship in the way that we've been worshiping for over 5,000 years, then there isn't anything that would necessarily contradict what we've been doing. Now, there are other aspects that occur in terms of, let's say, we as a people could get off world and perhaps travel with these people. Do we continue to don tefillin on a daily basis every morning? What do you do when you're in low Earth orbit and you are literally going around the Earth multiple times a day? How many times do you don tefillin? These are questions that really weren't foreseen by ancient or medieval thinkers, and it's really would be what do the Central Council of generally rabbinic leadership feel is best for us? But in reality, no one really knows. So there isn't a perfect answer to it, and humanity, or at least Judaism, would adapt to any kind of event that would occur. But that does not mean that people would not stop being religious immediately. It also doesn't necessarily mean that the religion can't adapt. Even over the course of the last 5,786 years of what is the known Hebraic calendar, we have had to adapt to different events, to different technologies, everything from certainly electronics to the internet, now AI. How does this affect us as a people? And if eventually we're some kind, then we're not alone. Okay, well, does that mean that I'm going to have dinner with them? Does that mean that it's going to would adapt in the same way? Virtual services, virtual classes, we would adapt in the exact same way. So if that meant that we weren't meet in person for a period of time due to alien disclosure, we would adapt. Judaism is an adaptable religion and will continue to be an adaptable religion even after it occurs. Now, when it does occur, does that mean people will be as religious as they once were? I see the religion itself as adapting into a more humanistic framework, especially over the course of centuries. It's not as rigid as it once was. There are some communities, most certainly, but in general, there's been more flexibility, and I think that flexibility to occur. It's an excellent question. So, in terms of Ezekiel, we're talking specific Ezekiel to give some people just an understanding of what we're referencing. This is a vision. And I think personally that this could have been a vision, though other people interpret Ezekiel's wheel and his vision as a UFO or some type of UAP, which I can't counter that by necessarily saying that's not true. What Ezekiel describes is a storm cloud with fire and lightning and four living creatures, chayot. These four faces are human, lion, ox, and eagle. They have wings. There are wheels within wheels. These are known as aphanim, and a brilliant throne-like structure. And then there's a figure described as having an appearance of a human surrounded by radiance. Some modern writers interpret these details as a spacecraft, or mechanical wheels, advanced technology, or non-human beings. And this interpretation has become popular in many ancient astronaut theories, especially in modern pop culture. Supporters of this ancient aliens philosophy or theory see wheels within wheels. The exact quote in Ezekiel is their appearance and their work was like unto a wheel within a wheel. And they suggest this is something like rotating machinery, propulsion systems, spacecraft components. The traditional interpretation, the wheels are the ophonim, the heavenly beings representing Hashem or God's omnipresence and movement throughout creation. There is fire and brightness. Ezekiel describes fire moving, glowing metal, flashing lightning. Ancient alien theorists compare this to engines or energy fields, advanced technology. Traditionally, we interpret this as divine revelation, perhaps some type of symbolic descriptions of spiritual reality beyond human comprehension. The idea of the living creatures, some ancient alien living creatures as extraterrestrial biological beings or non-human intelligences. Traditionally, mysticism, the highest order of angels or cosmic forces at creation. In Kabbalah and Merkaba systems, mysticism generally, chariot mysticism, they are not to the divine standpoint as well. Ancient video really did see something in reality that I'd never seen before, some type of advanced technology. I would not know how to describe it. And I would do my best to describe it as realistically as possible, but also I may be influenced with some of the Hawker, the Jewish theology that's going on around the time. And so I'm doing my best to give a real interpretation of what I saw, that which I know, and I have a limited standpoint of this. I've certainly seen different descriptions and what Ezekiel's wheel looks like, and it could very much look like a spacecraft. No doubt about that. In reality, I don't know necessarily knows, and that's okay. That's okay to admit that we don't know. In fact, very brave. It's much braver to say we don't know than to, or absolutely it was a real UFO would have been seen. From a modern speculative perspective, some people ask if intelligent life elsewhere, could ancient prophets have encountered something beyond their understanding, and maybe, and this may be the prophet may have been able to interpret something that was off-world or extraterrestrial. It could go either way, and the fact that it is such a unique part of the Hebrew Bible, don't have a lot of other texts about any kind of ancient alien craft, definitely leads people to want to believe. There's the idea, I want to believe, and many people want to believe this theory as well. So, from my perspective, I think it's brave to say I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. Both are potentials. It could have just been a vision. It could have been a real UFO, a close encounter. I would love there to be. I'd love there to be some kind of secret, but unfortunately, we don't have that kind of evidence. There is no known point in Jewish history where rabbis taught that there was a galactic federation or had really contact with an interstellar alliance. That idea is more modern, but there are some clues if people want to interpret this way. Often assumes that the universe is filled with many levels of existence. For instance, there are angels, perhaps spiritual messengers or forces. There are the holy living creatures in Ezekiel's vision. There's the Ophanim, the heavenly beings associated with the divine chariot, the Serim, the spiritual princes or governing forces associated with nations or realms, and just worlds in general in Kabbalah, different levels of reality. Medieval Kabbalists say creation is many forms of intelligence and existence. Now, this council of this galactic text do sometimes to in Job 1 of God or sons of Hashem before God or Hashem, and then also in King of heavenly beings surrounding God. Ancient interpretations imagine perhaps a divine court or heavenly council, and if people want to say this is what the Galactic Federation is and was just referenced in ancient texts in as best a way as possible, then there's a potentiality of that. I would want more information regarding this, but in terms of rabbinic literature and discussions, there isn't a secret group, a connection with a world entity aside from what I just read. Well, it is not considered part of direct Jewish canon, so it's not part of Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, but it did have major influence on Judaism, specifically in the Second Temple period and into the centuries thereafter. So basically, to give people an understanding, this originally written in Aramaic with possibly portions with Hebrew influence, and it's later translated into Greek and perhaps Ethiopic. Um, and fragments were discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, which really lend, especially in the mid 20th century, much more an increased uh, an increased desire in what was actually in there. The book consists of generally five major sections. There's the Book of Watchers, the Book of Parables, the Astronomical Book, Dream Visions, and then the Epistle of Enoch. Enoch is within the Hebrew Bible, so it's not to say that he's not an individual. He's seen as the seventh person from Adam, so perhaps seven generations separated from Adam. And the idea is that there are this idea, many different ideas within it, but specifically what you referenced, the Watchers. Who are these Watchers? They are perhaps angels assigned to watch over humanity, um, and instead they rebel. They have a leader, Sanjaza, and with other leaders as well. Perhaps about 200 angels descend upon Mount Hermon. And this expands on this Genesis 6 or Bereshit 6 idea that the sons of God saw the daughters of men. Enoch expands on this directly and says the angels desire human women. they marry them and they have children, and their children become giants. And then this discussion of the Nephilim occurs, that their offspring are enormous, that they have characteristics of immense strength, hunger, violence, destruction, and eventually they consume crops, animals, humans. Also, there's the fallen angel teaches. So, for instance, examples include swords, armor, warfare, cosmetics. Some Gaza teaches magic. Others teach right, but that divine knowledge was misused outside of its proper boundaries. So these are that occur within the book of Enoch, and there's a judgment of watchers who plead with Enoch. They ask him to intercede. God refuses. Generally, though, the book of Enoch within Midrash Judaism is seen as uh, perhaps apocryphal, but is not anything that is studied within our normal our normal Chumash classes or Torah classes. These are more, I would say, more people who have a desire from a Kabbalistic standpoint to learn more about what is going on within Judaism. Now, in the Nephilim, which we referenced, uh, this is mentioned. And so I'd like to that the Nephilim are mentioned in Tanakh, which for those who don't know, this acronym of Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim, translated Torah, Prophets, and Writings. It's basically the Hebrew Bible that people are maybe familiar with. Now, in terms of the Nephilim, the root is Nephal, which means to fall. And the translations are fallen ones, those who have fallen, those who cause others to fall, violent ones, or even giants. So there's that idea as well. Now, we have the idea, perhaps, um, how many times do they occur? For those who aren't familiar with the Hebrew Bible, are they all over the place, or is it limited? It happens twice. The first in Bereshit or Genesis, um, in specifically the translation is the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came to the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men of old, men of renown. And that's the first time that we see this. This is the first biblical appearance of Nephilim. It appears immediately before the flood narrative. It does not explicitly define who the Nephilim are. The interpretation depends heavily on surrounding verses. And then the second occurrence occurs in Numbers, which is the book of in Hebrew Bible Bamidbar, which means in the wilderness. The translation is that, and there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, from the Nephilim, and we were in our own sight like grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. Now, this is the second and final appearance that we find. It was spoken by the Israelite spies. There is a chronological tension within Bereshit or Genesis, and it's often interpreted as exaggeration and comparison. Now, the question emerges, uh, how did the Nephilim exist after the flood? Because within Genesis, there's the idea that places them before the flood, and Numbers references them after the flood, and the text does not resolve this issue. The classical explanations of this are that the spies used legendary language to describe fear. There's a comparison theory that the Anakim were compared to legendary Nephilim, and there's a descendant theory. Later groups preserve the name or reputation. From a rabbinic approach, the sons of God can be rulers or nobles, and Nephilim were the violent human elites. So they were not extraterrestrial. From a traditional rabbinic approach, this preserves strict monotheism and avoids angelic reproduction, and it focuses on human moral comparison. Now, there's the Second Temple tradition, which some ancient writings interpret sons of God as angels or Nephilim as giants. This is found in Enochic literature, which we reference, and it's influential. And then moving into the Book of Enoch more, as we previously stated, it isn't part observed among dead introduces this watcher's narrative, you find is uh, there are parallels that exist in Near Eastern literature, and Genesis preserves only. There are other discussions that many times people connect the Anunnaki. This is discussed as a divine council of figures. It's not identical to the Nephilim Mesopotamian idea and is not referenced within the Hebrew Bible. Also, within Greek stories or Greek tradition, demigods, divine human offspring themes, no direct link necessarily to Nephilim. From a rabbinic Judaism standpoint, we emphasize that the Nephilim were of moral corruption, human responsibility, and divine judgment. These in the modern age that propose these were advanced beings of extraterrestrial origin or concepts, but these are not found in ancient Hebrew texts. So, kind of to summarize, they're mentioned twice, at least within the Hebrew Bible. Perhaps this reference is to giants. Some traditions say that it's to angels, and then they have much more of a role, perhaps, within the Book of Enoch. Question. And there are parallels. Excellent. Well, before we do so, may I please just kind of tie up the Chaim Eshed development that happened last month with an interview that he had? Yes, thank you. And also to the point that you made, I'd love to meet with you again in the future, perhaps multiple times or a series if need be. And I'd love to have these types of interviews. So with that, uh, in terms of and what happened with him after December 2020? It's an excellent question that we didn't know him really until June of 2026, which is just that we had this event happen just last month. And additionally, we're celebrating the 79th anniversary of Roswell this month, which is serendipitous as well. And specifically, this event happened on June 10th, 2026. Chaim Eshed met with Uri Geller. Now, Uri Geller is also an Israeli um, uh, many people with the supernatural and his delving into that, but he's a recognizable Israeli who I'm a shed and address public and for those who may want this information and don't speak Hebrew or don't have a this interview is in English. It's helpful, and Geller opens by acknowledging that they've had thousands of inquiries regarding Ashed's multi-year silence, his controversial 2020 revelations. I gotta say, what I had suspected happened potentially did in black encounter. Ashed attributes his withdrawal to a visit from mysterious, untraceable figures at his apartment. These individuals of his life and questioned him on sensitive topics, including nuclear physics. Ashed chose to cease public discourse on the subject following this encounter until he consulted with others, including Geller, which is absolutely fascinating that perhaps he was threatened, um, perhaps he um, just felt more comfortable staying quiet. But then there's an interesting aspect. Now, at 87, he went 83, he feels comfortable to come back and talk about all this. One of the things that I found very interesting is that he doesn't take any step backs on what he stated. He still believes that there's a galactic federation. He doubles down on it, which I find to be of extreme interest as well, because he could have very easily said, "Oh, my words were being misinterpreted," or translations of my book or of my interview. And that's not what I meant. But he doesn't do that at all. He doubles down on it and says that he was potentially threatened. And with that, perhaps the next time we meet, there will be other developments. He is 93 years old, so perhaps he is moving towards the latter stages of his life. But from the interview that he does, he still seems of his sound mind and speaks very good English as well. So wants to see that directly, I recommend looking up Uri Geller and Chaim Ashed's interview. With that being said, yes, I do stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. And I'm really excited to be able to talk about what I do and why I do it. This is essentially a Truman Show or a Big Brother. It's a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement and human existence. I started this during the pandemic when my role, in addition to being a rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. I'm an app developer. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and been a Scrum Master, worked with development teams and software. And my position went from going into work every day in a suit and tie to being remote. And so I went from someone who was going to synagogue 3 times a day, this digital world print. And my days went from being hours a day to anywhere between 8 hours for work and another 2 or 3 or 4. Much more comfortable. Anxiety of being on camera so much was really lessened. That I had the opportunity more than half of my day already on camera. And I felt like I'm not doing anything that's so secretive, then why not just give people access to the other part of my day? And I had seen The Truman Show and the television show Big Brother, and I thought, you know what? This was always something that had been hypothesized that something like this may occur. What if I do it, but instead of it being against consent or with no consent in the case of Truman Burbank, The Truman Show, I give my consent. And what would happen? My knowledge of software and just information technology, I had learned team had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number according to economists, which always stuck out in my mind that data could have a major impact on society and potentially be a really great opportunity to be able to promote positivity, to be able to promote world hunger through the use of technology. such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. To see over the course of the next generation, and certainly into the coming centuries, to be able to eradicate world thirst, like the digging of wells or the kind of process known as desalination technology. And I thought, you know what? If I am already so, why not only stream what I do, but archive it for people in the future? I started streaming in fall of 2021, though before then I was archiving my life on just aspects of my life specifically. This all started, I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like. And so I'd upload those videos to the cloud, not public by any means, for my potential future family, God willing, one day to be able to see what their dear old dad was like before he had met their mother, before they were even a gleam in my eye, and to see a list of what life was like during the pandemic. And that was taking me a long time, just from downloading the information, re-uploading the information. I thought there's got to be a better way. And there is. It's streaming. And so in fall of 2021, I created my first YouTube account, my first Twitch account, and many of the other social media platforms. And very quickly recognized that if I want to do this 24-hour day undertaking, I need to do it on more than just one device. I need to have redundant streams. I need to have backups because app crashes happen, disconnects happen, and all of the other technological issues that occur. So what I ended up doing was buying over 33 different devices, everything from laptops to Chromebooks to tablets, iPhones, Android devices, you name it, and giving myself the opportunity to put cameras all around myself, which I think is really interesting. And I'll show people when they want to view what my life is like. You can literally go back for the last more than 4 years, nearly 5 years, and watch every second of every moment of my life. And the way that you can do this is by typing into YouTube Rabbi Rothschild and filtering by live. And for anyone who has the opportunity to do that, you'll see it's more data than you've ever seen of any individual ever. So what we have here, we type Rabbi Rothschild, and the key is we want to filter by live. And when we do that, you're going to see more cameras than you've ever seen on an individual ever, from all different angles. We have side angles, we have ceiling cameras, we have side, certainly whatever you want to view or however you the opportunity. And this is a really interesting opportunity, perhaps for AI to be able to study humanity from multiple angles. And I read over a year before, like in early November of 20, able to see the birth, or in its own way, the birth of AI, a public standpoint that's really able to see the launches of certainly Gemini and Claude and Perplexity and Grok, you name it, and how they've improved. I've been able to see the transition of when you were able to very easily jailbreak ChatGPT closed off system. We've been able to tell the story, not just of my life, but also the birth of AI, which I think is really interesting. Moreover, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, I keep a radio on in the background. So you literally can go back to any moment of my life over the course of the last more than 4 years, almost 5 years, and know what was going on in world history. And I feel this is going to be very interesting for the people of the future to be able to study from a timeline or time capsule type of medium. It's essentially in a previous generation, I would have been a journalist, someone who writes in a journal, or a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, but I just use video as a way to capture this information. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We've seen Olympic Games and World Cups and every kind of sporting event. We've watched most every kind of movie and film and documentary out there, listened to every major album of every major artist. This is really a compendium of human existence. And not only am I telling the story of my life, not only are we telling world history, but it's an opportunity for AI to be able to learn about human behavior, to be able to learn about eating habits, sleeping habits, certainly circadian rhythms, uh, the human psyche. I think it's very interesting as well that we'll be able to study micro behaviors, especially because I have so many different angles, cameras from so many different angles to be able to study humanity. And I think another really interesting aspect of this is that which we can't even predict yet. Once once the ability for AI to be able to timestamp every single video that I have and to put it in all the major languages that we have, what can we learn from this? And perhaps we'll be able to zoom in. We'll be able to enhance the quality. We'll be able to enhance the sound. Everything will be translated. It's essentially a modern day uh, Bible, as it's been described. I'm not comparing it with that, but in its own way that the Bible tells the story of the Jewish people, this stream tells the story of my life within Judaism. And I do my best to be as open to people. So for anyone out there who is like, well, I can watch your life and that's cool, but I want to communicate with you, you can do so 24 hours a day in my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. I have people who live alongside me who have been inspired by this journey that we're on, who now stream their own lives in there. So I'm not alone in this endeavor. I've been going for more than 1,700 days. This is a huge amount of data that will eventually be discovered by the masses. I will go viral. And when I do, I want to give back to all the people who have helped me along the way. I want to push for disclosure. I talk about futurism in ways that many people haven't heard before. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Certainly things like terraforming of other planets, space elevators, space tourism, a Bering Strait tunnel, clearing of the Darien Gap, a Gibraltar Bridge, perhaps, Atlantic tunnel, connecting people, universal translators, artificial general, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general, artificial super intelligence, telekinesis, telepathy. I talk about things basically replicators. Think of a 3D printer that's not just connected to plastic, but all of the successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. In the year 2021, Colossal Pacific, they made recent headlines with their dire wolf hybrids. Following that project, they want to really reintroduce the um, the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle within the next 2 years, which will, to me, I don't know why more talking about such a scientific innovation. They want to do this using Asia. The reintroduction of the woolly mammoth in the Arctic introduced the Tasmanian tiger, and the dodo bird. These are fascinating topics that you're not going to hear everywhere else. Moreover, talk about life expectancy. Born, the average life expectancy for you and most of the audience is probably about age 80 years old, but we're moving into a new generation where we may be living to age 100, 120, perhaps being able to reverse age, utilize technologies like oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, peptides, nootropics, cold therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, you name it, we're going to be living longer. At least people are going to be living longer. We have the discussion of transhumanism and perhaps revivifying and moving into the mind uploading technology with someone's consent. And I say all, this is all with someone's consent. You may in the future be able to scan your brain into computer like a CAT scanner, and every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you and saying to the audience is that we are on the precipice of something major here, perhaps the idea of a digital immortality. These are just some of the topics that we talk about in addition to the push for alien disclosure and the Galactic Federation and all of the things that we covered. I find this to be a fascinating project that it's just a matter of time. I want to do the rest of my life. I've shown as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, in Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. And I'd like to take this project to the world. I'd like to give people eventually a first person view of what a human life is like for as long as I can live. And I think people will be able to study this, learn more that we have much more that unifies us than that which divides us, that we may not be alone in the cosmos to try to answer the big questions that exist. And my life is a dedication to that. So if anybody's looking, how can you find me? As I showed previously, Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube filtered by live. You'll see more content there than you've ever seen of any creator ever. I can say that bar none. Moreover, I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. This is going to be a treasure trove for the future of humanity to be able to study. Moreover, I write regularly, so you can find my writings at rabbirothschild.medium.com. I don't just write on religious topics, I write on certainly justice topics, social justice, technological topics, whatever it is that I find of interest and other people find of interest, I'm writing about it. So I'm always creating content, and it's just a matter of time until enough people hear about what I do and this project. It's going to go viral in its own way. It may be one of the biggest events in global history. And when that occurs, God willing, we're going to push the disclosure aspect of it as well. So with that, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. And we will consider this part one of next and talk about all of those things that you for the opportunity. I want to thank you, and I want to thank your audience. Excellent. You as well. Do you mind if I send you my relevant websites that you could put in the description? Appreciate that. Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. You're a wonderful interviewer. Take care. Absolutely. How did it go? I thought it went well. Really? Yeah. What'd you think of him? He's a really nice person. Very smart. Very smart. Impressively smart. So, Jax, if you hear me, I think you're an impressive individual. Impressively smart. Are you happy with the way it went? Absolutely. It could have been much more challenging. He could have he stuck to what he wanted to reference, which I felt was important and helpful for me. Was that good? Yeah. And for anybody who's watching this, it's like, do you always talk to yourself afterward? No. Um, I, or well, I do my best to, but you'll hear it. Anybody watching this should, I don't know what to talk about this. But I brief myself on these things because I feel it's important to be able to uh, hear what I'm doing, to learn. What would I have done better? There's always something you could always do better in anything. Um, I probably would have studied Enoch a little bit more, but it's not. Are you happy with it? Yeah. Could it have gone better? Um, I don't know. But like there were parts where I couldn't always hear what he was. Just at one part, I don't know if it was my internet or what. Probably. So I he was really. Do you really think he's a good? Yeah, he's really smart. The topics well that we're referencing. And is there anything you would have wanted to talk about more? How about that? He might answer that question. What didn't we talk about? Dude, I could talk about myself. And I went into that. So that was cool. And it was cool that he let me show my screens and all my different streams. You happy? Yeah, dog. Um, I'm happy. Now I've got two interviews tomorrow, and I'm not. I lack the confidence that I should have in them. But they're on two topics that one I should be fine. It's whether the guy thinks I'm professional enough for futurism. The other one is on climate, and that one's just difficult because I don't know. That's such a big topic. It could be so many different things. I wish it would have been like, oh yeah, I'm going to ask you about these these topics that are. That's a difficult one, and I feel I kind of almost blew it because he's like, I was like, so what is this about? Are you happy it's over? Yeah. Those are. What would you say you were? Never someone who ever thought you'd be, but you listen to podcasts almost exclusively. Like you don't watch TV. What's the last TV show? I mean, just TV's coming. Um, I don't know. Are you happy with how it went? Yeah. Did you think he was a nice person? Yes. You think he's a good interviewer? Yeah. Could it have gone any better? I just want you to know. Could have been better. Be happy. And would you guys yourself? So that's important. Oh, to change. I didn't mention my link tree. So that is something I would have mentioned. That's a good thing. Dude, there's this girl. She's my neighbor as a little kid. She's a young person. And, well, actually, I should say, my neighbors, at one time, we had a pond behind us. So there's nobody behind us. Right? To my right and across the street. They all went to Harvard. And so I had like four, like basically, I was surrounded by Harvard graduates. And we were so she had these daughters. And I didn't ever really know anything about them. But they were beautiful. And then next door to them, there were these other girls. They only had two daughters, right around my age. And I don't crush on because I have a crush on the next little girl. But I can remember, and I still think about this, that those girls came over to my house and rang the doorbell. They had such courage to ask me to play. And, you know, back in the day. And I was not allowed to play with them. And I was just crushed. But I just remember how much courage it took these girls to come ask me to play. And it would be years later, and she would grow up. She'd become really beautiful. I don't know her name to this day. Never knew her name. Never knew her sister's name. But I just remember they were so nice, and I just remember being like when you're traditionally, when you're little kids, you can play with girls, but then you start to get to be middle school and stuff. And I knew where my mind was going to go. I was going to hook up with one thing. And, where'd you up? Which I don't. They just were. about that shit. What would have happened if I was allowed to play with them? That one day. Really? Yeah. Why? Why aren't you allowed to play with them? Oh, I think we're from a secular family, and we're religious. It's just, but I don't remember seeing my mom. I'm sure I saw their mom a million times, but stand out in my mind. But I remember those two girls were very attractive. There's a little kid. I remember this one time I was in the car and my friend saw me and he was like, "Whoa!" I was like, "I know." I was like, "I know." My parents had this party when all the boys were like, "They're a girl." And it was like, never in my life. What would have ended up happening? Like, give your parents some credit. I would have ended up getting really close with those girls, and I would have stood up at some point. Really? Yeah. I don't know. One girl, I think we were the same age, and then she had a sister younger than me. So they were both when they probably thought similar things, but when you see something, it just seemed like they had this beautiful existence. I'll never forget the flag they had. They had one of those like flags like this that they put out every summer, and they had a beautiful house. They just seemed like everything was put together, and I'm sure they had their own stuff. But I don't remember those girls' names, even though we lived like a house down from each other. But I think about it. They were always doing stuff, and they'd wave to me, and I was just like, "We're gonna hook up if we hang out. We're gonna hook up." Really? Yeah. They'd wave to me. They'd always be playing jump rope or hopscotch. They had chalk. They were always in their driveway. They'd be playing basketball. I remember the girl would play basketball and be like, "I'm playing basketball. Why can't I play against you?" And I remember even like she didn't play basketball, and then like as she got older, she played basketball. And she played with her sister, and it was like, "But you're not allowed to play." So why? Because I would have ended up hooking up with those chicks. So it was heartbreaking. But it would have happened. They were so nice. I just remember they'd be like, "You guys know that I'm not allowed to hang out with you. You're still nice to me." And they were beautiful. Really? I mean, for a little perspective, I haven't seen them in 25 years. But yeah, there were four girls, like all my age, and I remember was the prettiest one, and she had a single mom who was a Harvard lawyer, and she was. I never got to know this girl's name. I remember one time they got locked out of their house though. For some reason, I don't know why. They were just hanging with black and white Adidas tracksuits. I just went there and sat there, and I wanted these girls to see what I looked like. 'Cause I thought they were see, and I could never like. I would always be looking so beautiful, like I couldn't comprehend it. And I to this day have no idea what she looked like. Like it was like there was always something blocking somebody's face or something. But or they both went to Harvard, and I think he was an engineer. So we had a Harvard lawyer next door. I think across the street is a Harvard doctor. I don't remember exactly. And then next door we had a Harvard engineer, and his wife was in television. And I was just like, that was so cool. And I remember, I want to say she had the guy across the street went to Harvard. They eventually had a baby. And the people next door, they eventually had, I want to say I was at their baby shower. It was like the first baby shower I ever went to a child. And, but maybe she wasn't, I want to say she was the one who got pregnant, but maybe she was having the baby shower for someone else. I don't know. But I was surrounded by people who went to Harvard, and I still think it was the best school in the country. When I think about these girls, I think about their flag, I think about them playing basketball, I think about them just being in their driveway. They were always doing so. They're always so nice to wave, and I still think about them. I hope they're doing. I'm sure those girls are successful. Why are you sure that those girls are successful? They had some privilege. You say to them, I just would thank them for being so nice. Get looking down the stairs and seeing those girls there, and they could kind of see me, and I will remember that. That's what I I haven't seen a lot of my relatives. It was just like this time in my life where I didn't have any worries. I shouldn't say that. I always had worries. The one time in my life I didn't feel like I had worries was when I was 3. Ever since 3, I felt like I had worries. All right, dog, send your. Oh, wow. What do you think about it? You still want to listen to it, yeah. What do you think about it? They would have been the biggest Instagrammers. They're like, really? Yeah, they're really big Instagrammers. Yeah, they're really fun to watch. Like, you're very interesting. Interesting. Balls and all kinds of fun shit. Did you have? Who did that interview? Which is tight. Was a good interview that you had? These guys are always playing tag. They just seem like they have such a coin. Like, my life is not as easy. It doesn't seem like I'm always having to study. They just seem they seemed to vary the hills or the beach. They were just like they would just be on their phone if they had really dining room. That did you ever get to see them grown up? Their beauty quote.
sponsors have made it all possible. Oh my God! I focus on planet Earth because when I'm talent, I attack. It's always been that way. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present you two of the best goddamn comedians on planet Earth and two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Two of my funniest friends. Make some noise for Dan Soder and Mark Norman. Let's fucking go. High-ranking elite guests of the show. Two of our favorites. Two of the funniest. New York finest. New York. On 9/11, they were some of the for the lovely Heidi, everybody. I mean, holy shit. Right when this sausage got a little too sausagey, here she is to add some good mode. Follow her. Gina, completely hot. Worst marketing of all time for a hot